Hello.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello. ಹೇಳಿ.
Sir, unmute ಮಾಡಿದೆ sir.
PPT is
Hello. Hello, sir.
ಹಲೋ. ಹಾ
Tell me, sir. Tell me, sir.
ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು PPT ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ sir. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. So, the introduction will be there, sir. After that, we will share, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Dear delegates, sorry for the inconvenience. Dr. Amitabh Anand sir is having some network issues. Therefore, today's keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Chandrasekhar R. sir. If possible, he'll be joining us later. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that count. I am Shraddha KS, student, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore. Take this beautiful opportunity to wish you all a happy morning and a warm welcome. Every problem is a gift. Without a problem, we would not grow. Believing in this and to continue our growth in this pandemic, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore has Online National Workshop-cum-Three Days Conference Series 2021 on Corporate Governance and Financial Management. To provide immense knowledge about the topic, discriminate analysis for comparing financial performance, we have a prominent person with us, Dr. Chandrasekhar R., Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Mangalore University. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. I now request moderator of this session, Mrs. Rashmita Kotyan, guest faculty, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore. A very good morning to one and all present here. I consider myself fortunate to have this opportunity to introduce the keynote speaker of today's technical session, Dr. Chandrasekhar R., Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Mangalore University. Sir has obtained MBA degree from Mangalore University and secured first rank with gold medal. Sir has obtained PhD degree under the guidance of Dr. T. Mallikarjuna Sir. Sir has 18 years of rich experience in teaching as well as research. Sir is presently guiding 6 PhD scholars in the area of financial management and human resource management. Sir has presented more than 30 papers in national and international journals. Sir is also a member of Association of Indian Scholars International and South Asia Foundation. Sir has organized many workshops and conferences in the Department of Business Administration, Mangalore University. With this brief introduction, on behalf of Department of Commerce, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. We are eagerly waiting to gain valuable inputs from you, sir. I request you to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Will you please share that PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Thank you.
Oh. At the outset, I thank Mangalore University Department of Commerce for giving me an opportunity to present a paper on, it's not actually a paper, it's a topic on discriminant analysis for comparing financial performance. Dear participants, you all know we normally use financial statement of different companies to evaluate financial performance. What we will do in financial performance analysis is we calculate the ratios, and there are, we know, certain standard ratios which will be used to compare or to evaluate individual companies' financial performance. What we do, we normally compare the ratio of one company with another company, or else we follow this trend analysis. So by using only comparing particular ratio, you cannot exactly compare the performance of companies, because there are many kinds of ratios which is available for our analysis. So instead of using these multiple ratios, if it is possible for an individual or an analyst to have a single parameter to compare the performance of different companies, then it will become better for any individual to compare and to say one particular company is superior in terms of financial performance. In the year 1968, Edward Altman, he derived new mechanisms, multiple discriminant analysis. He used multiple discriminant analysis, and he found a technique called Z-score model. Why this Z-score model is derived? As I told you, in comparing the ratio analysis of different companies, you cannot always accurately predict the performance of different companies. Under such cases, we need one particular single parameter. The Z-score model will give you single parameter to compare the performance of different companies. Actually, in the year 1968, Edward Altman, he published two papers on Z-scores. Z-score of individual companies will be calculated using the financial ratios. In his paper, he used 29 ratios to compute Z-score. And actually, multiple discriminant analysis is a data reduction techniques. Out of the 29 ratios, you cannot always take the 29 ratios to compare. Which ratio is very important to predict the financial performance of any company and to compare the financial performance of different companies. And Altman derived this particular Z-score model, and this Z-score model consists of 5 ratios. Out of 29 ratios, using multiple discriminant analysis, you reduce that particular variables into 5. Now it is very easy for any analyst or a student or researcher to compare the performance of different companies using this 5 ratio. Again, remember, they are not going to compare these 5 ratios of different companies. Using these particular 5 ratios, they will calculate a value called Z-score value. That Z-score value will be compared between different companies. Say, for example, there are 10 companies, and the different companies Z-score is 2, 3, 4, 5, or again in that particular range 2.5, 3 and all. You can take average of that Z-score and later or median of that Z-score, and later you can compare how many companies' performance Z-score is more than the average Z-score or median Z-score, or below that particular average Z-score. Using that particular parameter, they call it as cutoff Z-score. If any company's performance Z-score is above that cutoff Z-score, they consider it as superior companies. If any company's performance is below that particular Z-score, we can say their performance is poor. But exactly this is not the case in case of Altman's Z-score model in 1968's paper. He classified the companies under 3 groups: successful companies, grey company, and defaulted companies. But we need not to follow the same structures to compare financial performance. Next slide, please. I told about certain aspects about ratios. Now, what you have to do to get this Z-score? First of all, what one has to do in this sense, they have to calculate a discriminant coefficient. Next slide. Next slide, please. Discriminant coefficient one has to calculate. So this discriminant coefficient is based on the ratios of different companies. I will tell you how to calculate discriminant coefficients later. And now we will see what are the components of Z-score. A Z-score may consist of 2 variables. One is independent variable, the other one is a dependent variable. So in this slide you can see V1 and X1. V1 is dependent variable, which is calculated using no, P1 is not the dependent variable. 1 minute. Yeah, V1 is dependent variable, which is calculated using ratios. This V1 we call it as discriminant coefficients, and that is V1 or V2, V3, V4. In this particular Z-score, Altman Z-score model, you calculated 29 V1s, discriminant coefficients. Remember, at the beginning itself I told you, the Altman used 29 ratios. So for each ratios of different companies over the years, you can calculate this discriminant coefficients. Again, I will come back to this discriminant coefficient, how to calculate discriminant coefficients later. Now, this discriminant coefficient is dependent on the ratios of different companies. And x, 1 x to xn. So why xn in the sense, this is general model, not 29 is not given because you can add even any number of ratios. Probably 150 ratio also you can take. It is left to the researcher how many ratios you can use in that particular model or not. After calculating discriminant coefficient, you can reduce it to 4 to 5. So in ultimate model, he used, as I told you, 5 discriminant coefficients, 5 ratios he used. So here, the dependent variable is a discriminant coefficient, which is calculated using ratios of different companies, and x1 is the independent variable, that is ratios. Next slide, please. Look at here in this particular model, Z-score model given by Altman. He used 29 ratios. After calculating this discriminant coefficient, he reduced that particular 29 ratios to 5 ratios. To reduce to the minimum number, say for example 5. 5 is not the standard number. Even we can reduce it to 4, or even it may be even 6 or 7. But whenever the number of variables in the model is less, that is good. For calculation purpose, it is very easy. That is the reason we have to reduce it to a very lower level. Now, in this particular model, for 5 ratios, he calculated discriminant coefficients. For working capital to total asset, discriminant coefficient is 1.2. For retained earning to total asset, it is 1.4. And other ratios, it is 3.3, 0.06, and 1.0. So now the question is, how we arrived this particular what we can say, data reduction, or how we decided this particular ratios. So after calculating discriminant coefficients of 29 ratios, you have to select top or highest discriminant coefficients variables. So in this discriminant coefficients, out of 29 discriminant coefficients, these 5 ratios discriminant coefficient is highest. That is the reason you choose this particular 5 ratios. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, previous one. Now we will see how to calculate a discriminant coefficient. Very important step in this discriminant analysis or Z-score calculation of any sector or group of companies, calculation of discriminant coefficients. Discriminant coefficient is actually based on the principle of that the ratio of between group sum squares to within group sum square will be maximized. Or else, in simple, we can say the ratio between group sum square and within group sum square in a one way ANOVA. So now you should know how to calculate this particular one way ANOVA, or the data which is required to calculate this ANOVA table. Say for example, you are comparing the performance of 10 IT sector companies. You have to group one particular ratio, say in what we can say, what ratio we can say, profit ratio, profitability ratio, any ratio if we take. Say current ratio means or current ratio. 10 years, 10 companies current ratio, you have to put it in a single Excel sheet. So after you are putting it in a single sheet, so otherwise what we can, I will explain in a different manner. Say, one particular 10 companies there, so one company's current ratio, so for 10 years you will take. Similar way, so all 10 companies current ratio for 10 years you have to put in a single sheet and you have to calculate ANOVA, one way ANOVA for that particular companies. Say if you are comparing between company means, so for between companies, you have to calculate this ANOVA. So by calculating ANOVA, the output in the output sheet, you will get some squares between group as well as some square within group. Now we have to take this between group sum square and within group sum square to compute the discriminant coefficient for current ratios. The similar way, you have to calculate this discriminant coefficient for all ratios, 29 ratios. So after calculating discriminant coefficient for all 29 ratios, you can identify for which ratio the discriminant coefficient is highest. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. So once if you calculate the discriminant coefficient for 29 ratio or any number of ratios, 50 ratio if you are using in your study in this sense. So after calculating discriminant coefficient for all 59 ratios, so for all companies, you can calculate a cutoff score. This cutoff score may be say average or median, or else if you group within that particular 10 companies, say large cap company and small cap companies. And for large cap company separately, you can calculate the cutoff rate, average, and the small cap company you can calculate average. And again, you can take average of the two averages. So once if you calculate that particular average, so this cutoff average or say cutoff rate, you can very easily classify the companies according to their performance. The company's Z score for which falls above that particular cutoff rate is superior in performance. For which company the cutoff rate is below that rate, then it will be treated as not, we can't say inferior, we can say their performance is poor in terms of financial well-being. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the methodology of calculating cutoff score. As I told you, in case if there are two groups, say within your selected companies, if you have two groups, many methods you can use to group. If it is credit rated company means highly credit rated company, poorly credit rated company. Normally what they call it is investment grade and non-investment grade, or successful company and failed company you can consider. Failed company is a company which is defaulted in terms of their payment and all those things. Or else profitable company and loss making companies. If there are two groups, then you can calculate averages of the two groups separately, and again you can find out this cutoff rate. This cutoff rate is the yardstick to classify companies according to their performance. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. Again, you can test this Z score for different years using ANOVA, and you can find whether it is significant or not. That is also possible. Next slide. So this is another mechanism normally used in Z-score model or multiple discriminant analysis. After calculating the performance or after grouping the companies into good company or bad company, or company with profitability and company which is incurring low profitability or high profitability, you can check whether really your model worked properly. So imagine out of 10 companies, 5 companies performance is superior, another 5 companies performance is poor in reality. And in your model, after calculating all these things, after your assessment, exactly it should give the similar result. So performance of 5 companies should be better and 5 companies should be poor. So if it is not giving, means somewhere he committed mistakes. So that is, if you use proper methods, then definitely you will get your iteration will be always higher. Next slide, please. These are the 29 ratios which is used by Altman in his paper. So Altman initially started his study in the year 1968. 68 itself he published 2 papers. Again 70 he published another paper. 2000 he published a paper. 2007 he published a paper. One interesting point of Altman's 2000 paper is the model what he had given here, no, that pi ratios. One cannot use that particular model to predict financial performance of any company. Why? In the sense, he very specifically mentions that model is developed for US companies. And the characteristics of companies, the characteristics of economy, and the reporting system, everything is different in different nations. Since that particular Z-score model is sample specific. In case if you want to test the performance of any company, you should not use Altman's models. You have to derive your own model for your country or for your sector. Even sector specific also you can derive that particular model. Next slide. Next. Yeah. Now, this is the one sample to calculate the definite coefficients of the one ratio, net profit to sales ratio. Normally, when your data is large in size, say you are taking 10 years data of 100 companies, say BSc 100 companies you are analyzing. So for 100 companies, this net profit to sales ratio will be there for 10 years. Again 10 years means 100 companies will be there. We are comparing the performance of 100 companies over 10-year period. So you will calculate ANOVA for this 100 companies, 10 years data, going to calculate this, what we can say, F ratios. So F ratio will tell you what whether is there any difference between the net profit to sales ratio of these 100 companies for 10-year period. But we are not exactly taking this F ratio here. We will take only the discriminant coefficient. As we discussed earlier, the discriminant coefficient is the sum square between score between a group here in the sense the companies, 100 companies, and within the group. So for 100 companies within the group and 100 companies between the group, we will use to calculate this particular discriminant coefficient. So here you can see the discriminant coefficient of net profit to sales ratio is 0.51, and this value is not there in Altman's model because that is the value derived from US sample. This is another sample which is used in Indian study. So normally for this kind of study, what we will do in the sense, we will use Excel, advanced Excel sheets. I don't know how many of you are aware of usage of Excel sheets. In Excel sheet, there is uh, an item called the formula. When you click formula, you will get ANOVA analysis and all those things. But you should not go to that particular aspect. You have to go to data. When you click data, you will get data analysis. Sometime in your inbuilt Excel sheet, it will not be there. You have to add that data analysis tool. In data analysis, you will get ANOVA formula. Using that ANOVA formula for this 100 companies for 10-year data, you can find this kind of output sheet. This is the exact output sheet which is derived from Excel calculations. Next slide. So this is for the continuation of, because in this previous slide I had given only one particular ratio's discrete coefficient. Even in our study, we conducted one study in our Indian context, and probably I think that is the first study in India, particularly using this particular multiple discrete analysis. And again, due to time constraint, what we did in this particular study in this is, we used only the same 29 ratios. And our discriminant coefficient is exactly different. It is not as same as what we can say the US sample or the Altman set score model. And in this particular table, we arrange that particular discriminant coefficients. What we can say for based on the values. Higher value is there at the top, and lower value will be there at the bottom. So you can see in this particular sheet, 15.85 for X, not visible properly, for the first ratios, and in our study we took 7 to 8 ratios to calculate Z score. So this is the normal mechanisms, and using this particular coefficient, and you can calculate Z score. As I told you, discrete coefficient is sample specific, and independent variables are ratios. So in that particular place, every company's ratios you have to put, and you can calculate Z score for all companies. Later you can take average of all these things, and you can very easily classify companies. That's all. And actually, this kind of study papers or discussion should be there in offline mode, wherein we can explain the computations and other things lively. Otherwise, it is understanding this kind of calculation is little difficult. But normally, when we do project analysis or say any two while preparing paper, we simply compare the ratios with the standard ratios, and that is not right. Earlier, then we used to do that, but that will not exactly give the perfect result for your studies. When you use this Z score model, definitely you can derive a meaningful result for your comparisons. Thank you. If there is any queries, you can ask. Hello.
So there is one question in chat box. That is, what is mean?
Will you please read it, because I can't open it here.
What it means if discriminant ratio is highest?
What?
What it means if discriminant ratio is highest?
The discriminant ratio is highest in this sense. That particular ratio is the best ratio which will differentiate between companies. Say, imagine sales to net profit to sales ratio is the discriminant coefficient is highest for the net profit to sales ratio. So that ratio is the best ratio which will differentiate between superiorly performing companies and poorly performing companies. And you have to take maximum 4 to 5. And in this model, even I don't want to confuse you telling one more issue. So you have to do collinearity test to reduce again the number of variables. So that is what I told you. If it is an offline class, I told you much better things about this net coefficients. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Tell me, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Sir, my doubt is that, sir, when we are comparing between companies for financial performance, when we take trend analysis, sir, what are the statistical tools that we can use along with trend analysis?
Trend analysis, again, what you will do in trend analysis, you will calculate ratios or percentage and you will put it in a graph or things. Like now, there's of 100 companies together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is too difficult. Hello?
Yes.
You understood? No.
Yes.
Ratio you will compare. Putting in a trend in the sense 10-year means for 10 year how that ratio is moving towards upper side or lower side or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
But in Z score it is altogether different. You will get a single value for taking all these ratios.
Yes, sir.
You will get one single value.
Yes, sir.
So now you see 29 ratios there. For 29 ratios you will do trend analysis.
Yeah, correct.
Now, how you will compare that 29 ratios and you will say normally what you will say for 10 ratio it is good, for 10 ratio it is not good, something like that you will tell, no?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
So
If the numbers are less, for example, if we are taking 60 companies or like that, and ratio we are taking only the important ratios only we are taking, which are actually giving financial or which are actually giving the report for financial.
Ratio is here. Important ratio you told. Which is important ratio?
Like debt ratio,
problem.
net profit ratio.
That is the problem now. So this
Yes, sir.
discriminant analysis, which will reduce the number of, you can take n number of ratios, 100 ratios.
Yes, sir.
Using this multiple discriminant analysis, you can reduce it to 4 to 5.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And it will give, even after reducing it to 4 to 5, it will give you one single value, Z value.
Okay. Okay, sir.
So that value you can compare between companies.
Okay, sir. Okay.
That is the idea for this Z score model.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir,
Hello.
thank you very much, sir, for rescuing us today. Because the today's resource person, due to some unavoidable reasons, the network issue, he expressed his, inability to continue. Of course, we waited, for a few minutes, but of course, as I already requested you, you saved us by providing this type of meaningful, what's called, by delivering today's keynote address on this type of a very meaningful and important topic too. Sir, can you please, tell us what type of implications that we can derive based upon the results that we may find using this type of discriminant analysis?
I think it's clear.
Yeah.
Remember why we are using this discriminant analysis in the sense, the term itself self-explanatory. Which discriminates between companies. So particularly if you want to classify, to see which company is doing better, which company's performance is poor. Say for example, failed companies and successful companies. So successful company, how you can derive, and one more interesting point in this Z score model is, this Z score model, what is derived by Altman, it best predicts companies' failure well before 2 years. If you use this particular model, you can identify which company is going to fail within 2 year period. So that is the advantage of for this particular multiple discriminant analysis, and particularly what you can say the investment analyst, they will always do this kind of discriminant analysis to see which company is going to fail shortly, which companies will be giving more return in the long run. So all those things it is possible using this discriminant analysis.
Okay, sir. Whether this
And one more thing is, in case if you have more queries, you can share my email ID in the chat box. Any participant, they can always contact with me, no problem. Since there is a time constraint, I think that is better. Any more questions?
There is one last question
Ah.
from Devendrappa. The question is,
Ah,
if CR ratio is high, like 20, what happens, sir? It is good for company.
It is CR ratio in the sense?
The question
Cutoff rate you are talking about.
I think so. Current ratio, sir.
Sure.
Current ratio, sir.
Hello.
Current ratio, sir. CR ratio means.
Ratio. Yeah, current ratio. If you, that is what I told you. No, exactly current ratio. We are not taking in this particular multiple discriminant analysis. Using current ratio, we calculate discriminant coefficient for current ratio. It may not be 20. It may be less. Discriminant coefficient may be 0.1, and the 0.1 multiplied by current ratio 20 means you will get 2. So one plus other coefficients we will use in this particular model, and you will get one more value called Z value. No, so that will what we can say assess the performance of the companies. And remember, current ratio, if it is 20 means the companies what we can say the current investment in current asset is more, no. They don't earn more return to the companies. That is different kind of analysis. I am not coming to that particular point. I hope I answered your question.
Hello, sir.
Tell me, sir.
Just asked whether if current ratio is high like 20, is it good for company?
No. Why? We know no. Current ratio is highest means their investment in current asset is more. Return on investment in current asset is less always. That is always not good. Some standard ratios are there, and for industry ratios are there. It should be there well within that particular ratio. It should not be beyond that particular limit. 20 is definitely bad for the company. Current ratio is measured in times, right? Any other questions? Hello? Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
If there is no other questions, we can wind up no session. Parameshwar sir is here.
Okay.
Grateful to you for the delivery of valuable inputs to this talk. Express our gratitude. I now request Dr. Parameshwara, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore.
It is our privilege to hear to lecture of Dr. Chandrasekhar. He has wonderfully explained Z-score model, how discriminant analysis is used for analysis of financial performance of different companies, how it is useful to evaluate financial performance of different companies. How he has clearly explained how the 29 ratios were reduced to 5 ratios so that you can have a specific a comparison between the companies. So even though he said it is made for the evaluation of the financial statements of US companies, of course, we are having a lot of MNCs in India where a majority of the companies use US accounting practices. Obviously, it is useful for the researchers to analyze the performance of companies. He said it is beneficial to analyze both the positive side as well as the negative side. He said the whatever the the downsides of the company that can be predicted well before 2 years. Uh, I thank Dr. Chandrasekhar for the wonderful presentation and giving a lot of input related
Thank
to
you.
Z-score model. Thank you, sir. And I also thank all the participants who have made this session a wonderful one. Thank you, each one of you, once again. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. It's the end of morning session. Hope that you all had a good time. Please note for the afternoon session, I request you all to join the session at 1:50 p.m. through this virtual mode so that we can have the session on time. Thank you.
ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಹೌದಾ MBA ನಾನು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದೆ
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome you all to the second part of the Day 6 of Online Workshop-cum-Three Days Conference Series 2021 on Corporate Governance and Financial Management, organized by Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore. Without any delay, let us begin with the session. I now request moderator of the session, Ms. Lahari, Mangalore University, to introduce the chairperson.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to talk about today's chairperson, Dr. Shekhar Naik, Assistant Professor and Coordinator of Department of MBA, Tourism and Travel Management, Mangalore University. Sir has pursued his MTA degree from Mangalore University and PhD under the guidance of Dr. T.L. Sridhara, Mangalore University. He has 12 years of experience in professional teaching. He has published and presented over 45 papers in national and international journals. He is a member of the Editorial Review Board, E-Review of Tourism Research, a web-based bi-monthly international research network for tourism professionals at Department of Recreation, Park and Tourism Sciences at Texas A&M University. He has organized several conferences and workshops in Mangalore University. It's an honor to have you here, sir. On behalf of Department of Studies in Commerce, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Today we have totally 15 papers to be presented. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the chairperson of Department of Commerce and all the faculty and staff in the Department of Commerce for the opportunity to chair this technical session on the conference theme, Pairing Corporate Governance and Financial Management. I was told that there are about 15 participant delegates who are going to present their research articles and this technical sessions, and in order to make that all the participants get an opportunity to present their papers, I request all the participants to maintain the time which is allotted to you by the conference organizing committee, and try to complete your the point of views as far as your research and article is concerned within the time given to you. So it's we have, I think, 1 hour time to complete this technical sessions, and I would like to invite the first participant to start the presentation.
First paper will be presented by Dr. Malati K. and Dr. Ravikala.
Yeah, I would request Dr. Malati K. and Dr. Ravikala to make their presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much, madam.
Okay, I will share my PPT.
Yeah.
Is the PPT visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
A very good afternoon, respected chairperson and all dear delegates. The title of our paper is Channel Migration of Customers from Traditional to Digital Banking a study in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. This paper has two authors, myself, Dr. Malathi K, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government First Grade College, Halengadi, and co-author is my friend, Dr. Ravi Kala, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Vivekananda College, Puttur. Let me begin with a brief introduction. Major factor that has brought new waves in the field of banking industry in recent years is the concept of digital banking. The launching of Digital India campaign by the Government of India by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has given a great momentum to the concept of digital banking in India. Digital banking implies paperless banking, which aims at making banking cheaper, efficient, and effortless to all the citizens of the country. Multiple channels like ATMs, mobile banking apps, internet banking, telephone banking, UPI services, debit cards, credit cards, etc. are used for providing services in digital banking. Traditional banking implies rendering services to customers face to face at the bank counters. Today, it is a well-known fact that success of banks depends upon their ability to create customer ecstasy. Customer satisfaction has become the thing of the past, and it paved the way for customers' delight and now to customers' ecstasy. Customers' ecstasy can be created only through qualitative services for which digital banking channels are an absolute necessity. Workshop Consulting Group published a report in August 2016 stating that advent of fintech companies, e-commerce, big data, cloud technology, etc. has revolutionized every aspect of human activity, and banking is not an exception. The report revealed that corporates have adequate awareness about digital offerings of banks and are willing to adopt them, but retail segment of customers have their own set of opportunities and problems. Objectives of our study are the following: to study customers' ecstasy towards the traditional and digital banking channels in the Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka, and the second one, to know the migration of customers from traditional to digital banking and the difficulties faced by them while using digital banking channels. What is the significance of study? Since the digital banking is the topic of relevance everywhere, there is a need to study how far these digital banking channels differ from traditional banking channels in rendering services to customers. And there is a need to study factors contributing to customers' migration from traditional to digital banking. Literature review. Various eminent authorities and researchers have conducted their study on customer satisfaction and customers' delight towards digital banking channels and traditional banking channel in different parts of the world and country. But no specific study on customers' migration from traditional to digital banking in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka state is undertaken. So to fill this research gap, this study is made. And in this research paper, we have made reference to the studies made by following authorities: Irina Bena, Amritaraj Nipattalapalli, Jaskiran Singh Dhillon, Irfan Bashir, and others. Methodology adopted. The study carried is both descriptive and empirical in nature. Primary and secondary data are used for the purpose of study. 100 customers of Dakshina Kannada district are surveyed with the help of a structured questionnaire to collect primary data. Secondary data is incorporated from textbooks, newspapers, magazines, and internet sources. Hypothesis. Two hypotheses have been formulated. I will come to it little later. Data analysis. To get meaningful information from the data collected through a survey conducted by using a questionnaire among 100 customers of Dakshina Kannada district, the data analysis is carried out. Statistical tools like percentage analysis, comparative analysis with ranking, and chi-square tests are used for the purpose of study. And this table shows the distribution of respondents on the basis of their educational qualifications. And it is very clear from this table that majority of customers, that is 87% of respondents surveyed, have good educational qualifications and have high level of awareness about different banking channels. Table 2 shows the distribution of respondents on the basis of their gender. So both male and female respondents were surveyed. Male respondents were more. It is mainly due to the fact that customers were selected by using convenient sampling method. This table shows distribution of respondents on the basis of their occupation. It is very clear from this table that respondents belonging to different occupations have been surveyed, but majority of the respondents are employees. Distribution of respondents on the basis of their opinion regarding overall service quality of their banks is shown in this table, table number 4. And from this table, it is very clear that majority of the respondents, that is 54% of the respondents, felt that quality of services offered by the banks is good. That means they did not reach the ecstasy level. Only 4% of the respondents opined that quality of services offered by the banks is excellent, and even we can say that they did not reach even to the delight level, because the number of respondents who felt that the service quality of the bank is very good is just 7%. Table 5. This table shows the distribution of respondents on the basis of banking channel that comes first in their mind when they think of banking. So the table clearly shows that among 100 customers surveyed, 85% of the respondents opined that they prefer digital banking, and digital banking comes to their mind first when they think of banking. And this table, table number 6, shows multi-choice responses of respondents for various factors which promote them to use digital banking channels. From this table, it is very clear that multi-choice responses for the factor promotes anytime and anywhere banking is highest, that is 24.7%. So this factor is given rank first rank, and followed by the next factor, reduced time of transaction, and the multi-choice responses for this factor is 24%, and it is followed by the next factor, convenient for usage. Multi-choice responses were 21.5%, and for the next factor, technology savvy, the multi-choice responses accounted for 19.7%, and for cost effectiveness factor, it was just 10.1%. So, depending upon these percentages, ranks have been given here. Table 7 shows the distribution of respondents on the basis of their computer knowledge. Majority of the respondents, that is 68% of the respondents, have average knowledge of computer. That means they are capable of using computer, or they are capable of making use of different digital channels. Only 5% of the respondents surveyed do not know how to operate computer, do not have knowledge of computer. Table number 8 shows the distribution of respondents on the basis of how often they visit the bank for branch banking. From this table, it is very clear that majority of the respondents, 95% of the respondents, visit the bank just 1 to 4 times in a month. That means number of bank visits of customers have been reduced drastically. It is the clear sign of migration of customers from traditional channel to digital channels. Table 9, distribution of respondents on the basis of their opinion regarding superiority of banking channels. From this table, it is very clear that 75% of the respondents opined that digital banking is superior to traditional banking. Only 25% of the respondents felt that traditional banking is superior. And testing of hypothesis on two different grounds, hypotheses have been formulated. First ground, customers' perception regarding superiority of banking channels. H0, null hypothesis. Customers of Dakshina Kannada district do not consider digital banking superior to traditional banking. H1, alternative hypothesis. Customers of Dakshina Kannada district consider digital banking superior to traditional banking. So it was tested, hypothesis was tested by using chi-square test. This is a chi-square formula, chi-square value formula. So formula was substituted, values were substituted in the formula, and the chi-square value obtained is 50, and the calculated value of chi-square is greater than the table value of chi-square. Table value of chi-square at 5% significance is 3.84. So the calculated value is greater than the table value of chi-square. Hence, the null hypothesis is rejected. We therefore conclude that customers of Dakshina Kannada district consider digital banking superior to traditional banking. This table number 10, shows the distribution of respondents on the basis of their ecstasy towards banking services offered via digital and traditional banking channels. From table 10, it is clear that majority, 60% of customers felt ecstasy towards digital banking services, and only 40% of customers felt ecstasy towards traditional banking services. Testing of hypothesis 2. The criteria for the formulation of hypothesis goes like this: banking channels creating ecstatic customers. H0, there is no significant difference between digital and traditional channels in causing customers ecstasy in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. H1, there is a significant difference between digital and traditional banking channels in causing customers ecstasy in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. Here also chi-square test is used for testing the hypothesis. Calculated value of chi-square is 8. Table value of chi-square at 5% level of significance is 3.84. So since the calculated value of chi-square is greater than the table value of chi-square, the null hypothesis is rejected. We therefore conclude that there is a significant difference between traditional and digital banking channels in causing customers ecstasy in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. Summary of findings. Customers of Dakshina Kannada district are educated and have high level of awareness about different banking channels. Second one, majority of respondents surveyed are employees who are computer literate and frequently make use of digital banking channels. Third one, majority of the customers, 54%, are just satisfied with the overall quality of services offered by their banks. In their opinion, banks have failed to create exalted joy in the minds of the customers in certain areas. Fourth one, digital banking channels come to the minds of the customers first when they think of banking. It is due to the fact that customers' ecstasy to digital banking channels is more in the study area. Next one, facility for anytime and anywhere banking is the main factor responsible for the popularity of digital banking. Next one, majority, 68% of respondents have average knowledge of computers and they can use digital banking channels without any difficulty. Next one, majority of respondents, 95%, visit their branch for banking purposes just 1 to 4 times in a month. That means they do not visit regularly, every day. Next one, customers of Dakshina Kannada district consider digital banking superior to traditional banking. Digital banking channels have more number of ecstatic customers when compared to traditional banking. There is increasing migration of customers from traditional banking to digital banking. Customers of Dakshina Kannada district face certain problems like ATM machines out of cash, ATM machines out of order, lack of security in internet banking, lack of appropriate software for mobile banking, too many steps in processing transactions in internet banking, etc. while using digital banking channels. Suggestions: technical problems involved in ATMs must be solved. Depending upon the problems they have mentioned, suggestions are provided here. Customers must be updated about the technology advancements from time to time. For this, seminars and conferences must be organized by the bankers, and cyber laws of the country must be strengthened. There should be uninterrupted internet service to the customers. More emphasis must be given by the bankers on technical issues, and bank employees must be courteous and must be given attitudinal training so as to be derived full while providing services.
Madam, please conclude. Yeah.
Conclusion: despite the popularity of digital banking, some of the customers continue to value face-to-face transactions and interactions at the physical branch. Though majority of the customers, 75%, prefer digital banking, still 25% of the customers prefer to visit banks for personal advice. Banks need to focus on these customers by creating more awareness and confidence about novel products and by concentrating on their diversified needs. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Madam Malati K, for that nice presentation on the customer migration, channel migration of customers from traditional to digital banking. Your study is to evaluate to understand the customer satisfaction. Yeah, as your study say, as I gone through the profile of the respondent, you have a different category of respondents starting from SLC to post-graduation and higher education. I just would like to ask you one question that you have your customers, your respondents have reached up to about 50%, 4% of your respondents have reached to the level of excellent, right? As far as their satisfaction is concerned. 54. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. When the
Yes,
question was about their ecstasy level towards digital banking and towards traditional banking, 60% felt that they have ecstasy for digital banking channels, and 40% felt that they have ecstasy towards the traditional banking. When the question was about the service quality, only 54% said that service quality is good. Only 7% are lesser than 7%.
You have about 60% of the respondent who have ecstasy, right? Have you made any analysis of these respondents to which category they belong to? Either they have higher education or post graduation or undergraduation or below that education level.
Most of them are employees, sir. Their education level is higher than graduation, professional course, and then some professionals, of course, do not come under the category of employees working in banks or in some companies. That way. Employees, majority are employees.
Okay, what percentage of the respondents are employees?
Okay, sir, just 45%, sir. 45% of the employees are 45% of the respondents are employees. Sorry.
Employees, and you have 15% professionals in that.
Yes.
35%. Yeah, 35% business. Okay. The previous slide.
On the basis of
no, the educational qualification you have. I guess you have one more slide.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this one. Okay.
Graduation 45.
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted to see this. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I will move to the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Vidya Rukappa Pujari to the presentation.
Hello, I would be presenting. She's my co-author. May I?
Yeah, please. Yes, sir. Please share your screen.
So is everything visible properly?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So, respected chairperson, dignitaries, and my fellow researchers, my name is Rahul Pujari. I am the co-author of this paper titled Real Estate and Cybersecurity and Analysis. My co-author is respected Shri Vidya Rukappa Pujari, a research scholar from Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. Myself, I have done my master's in computer science from Warsaw University of Technology. Let's get into the introduction. So, real estate industry is a billion-dollar industry across the world. In Karnataka, it is growing. With COVID pandemic, there is lockdown which started in March and has continued since. As we saw from our previous presenter, Dr. Malti K's presentation, that interest to buy online and using digital bank transactions has improved, or rather, it is giving more joy to the users, and it has increased as an adaptation to the environment of the lockdown. People are in their homes and they do not get to go outside, so people are interested in buying stuff. This has also increased the real estate demand because people want to buy property online. This is from reference from the study. Um, uh, Anurag is a consulting company which has this study, and the survey was conducted from 20th to 27th April. There were 1910 respondents in 14 cities, out of which 54% consider buying a home right now because of low bank loan rates, and previously like 12% more from the previous respondents who were not thinking of buying as considering buying now. So there is an increased demand for real estate. That said, the next option is that the marketing should move online, because all the people cannot visit the places and sites, so marketing should move online. So our objective in the study was to analyze the current real estate industry in Mangalore, Karnataka, with the pandemic pushing the growth of online communications and bank transactions, studying the cybersecurity measures and practices of various organizations pertaining to real estate in Mangalore city. So for um, the purpose of this study, the online presence of Confederation of Real Estate Developers Association of India, CREDI members in Mangalore was tested. The research was limited to their own business IT infrastructure, and their presence on third-party site was not tested, as the business cannot influence the security in the third-party sectors, right? So the secondary data was the list of publicly available CREDI members, which is available on the site, which is referred, if you can see. And the primary data was collected by means of testing the websites. We tested the websites to obtain the list, from the list which is obtained from this member list. So here are the things which we found. So the total registered CREDI members are 69 members, out of which 53% are online, listed online. So there are 45 which are listed and online. There are 11 which are listed but offline. So you can see the 53% and the 13% group. They are listed but offline. 3 of them had their domain part. Basically, their domain ran out and is for sale. If you want to buy it, you can. And 26 of them, 26 of the 69 members, they use traditional means like email for online communication, so as to market their business. Here it is a disclaimer about data correctness. This is specifically important to avoid legal troubles if there are and we saw that 18 of the 45 websites which are online offered legal disclaimers. 16 of them had privacy policy indication, out of which HTTPS security was provided by 26 websites. 2 of them were mixed websites and 17 of them were insecure. We saw that vulnerability and spam possibility of malicious takeover was present in 30 of the 45 websites, and we checked the websites which were working. There were 40 websites which were working. 3 had broken down, like they had non-working forms, contact forms, and 2 sadly were hacked. Essentially meaning that the website was diverted to some other website, not related to their business. In this research, the main conclusions were that the 31 members, 31% of the CREDI members still use traditional methods. This allows for them to have a higher control in their interaction with the customer, to have the possibility to meet the customer quicker in person. And we have to, as a marketing professional, you should not forget to renew the leases, because there were 3 websites which had been domain parked. Essentially, they are available for anyone to buy, and getting back these domains can be a costly affair, because the ones which I checked for, there were sellers demanding offers of around $11,000 to get it back. And the other option was to rebrand the entire website, and complete overhaul of their online presence, which would be expensive, not to say inconvenient. And to have a competent IT team or a contractor, whichever you contract with, they should provide HTTPS security, so that the websites are not vulnerable to malicious actors, as we found that 2 websites were indeed hacked and they ran only plain HTTP protocol. To have spam protection enabled on websites, because marketing team needs clean data to increase the leads. Like if you are going to call a customer, you should know the customer proper numbers and stuff like that. And when there is spam, finding actual proper leads can be very, very difficult. Spam is basically unwanted data which can be inserted programmatically, and it makes it very difficult to find actual leads. And make sure that while you are diligent while sharing customer data or private data with employees, because such like misuse of private data can lead to legal actions, and so avoiding legal actions and thus saving money for the business. That would be all regarding this research. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rahul, for this presentation on real estate and cybersecurity and analysis. Still, actually, as far as going online is concerned, and customer acceptance of going online is concerned, that we have not reached to the level where everybody can come and book their online estate. But still, we have some percentage of people here in Mangalore. But provided suggested measures are taken and implemented in their real estate website, and the cybersecurity measures are taken, probably they'll be having a better time in the days to come. Thank you for that nice presentation, Rahul. If anyone would like to ask any question on this, please come on and raise your questions. If not, we'll move ahead for the next presentation. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Devesh Pal for the presentation.
Hello, is my voice audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, teacher. My name is Devesh Pal and I'm a guest lecturer in Allahabad Degree College, a constituent PG college of University of Allahabad.
Yes, please proceed.
Is my slide visible, sir?
Not yet.
Yes. 1 minute, sir. Now, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. So, I'm here to present my topic. Good governance with a special reference to self-sufficient Madhya Pradesh. Introduction, starting from the introduction. The concept of governance is not new. It dates back to human civilization. Good governance has 8 major characteristics. It should be participatory, consensus oriented, accountable, transparent, responsive, efficient, and effective. Accountable, inclusive, and follows the law of the land. It should assure corruption curve on the declining side. The view and opinion of majorities should be taken into account, and the voices of the most vulnerable in society are heard when it comes to decision making. Moving on to the points. Before starting this point, I would share some lines that are said by Mr. or Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan. The people should get benefits of all the facilities being provided by the government in time without any hassle. Moving from the first point, that is MP State Budget 2021. The budget of this year has been prepared with public participation. The budget of a nation or a state plays a very important role in development and upliftment of people as well as the infrastructure of that particular state. The budget has also helped to progress in different venues. It is always a well-planned budget that provides sufficient support for the success and development work of the state and finally for the country. The government of the state of Madhya Pradesh, as a part of good governance initiative, has invited suggestions and opinions from public to make a more meaningful and effective budget of 2021, where people told what are the sectors or segments where the government have to work as to make those sectors at par with the best. The public also told what difficulties are they facing and also put forward opinion or proper suggestion to tackle those hindrances in the way to success. Moving on to the next point, that is e-governance or m-governance.
Gopal,
Ji sir.
I would request you to go to the objectives and the results, and I also request you to conclude the entire presentation within the next 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah,
So
please.
my next topic is
Yeah.
E-governance or M-governance. Today is the era of information of data. Data is the wealth in this time. It is the time of information technology. So to keep pace with the changing environment and current scenario, the transition is seen from governance to e-governance and now to M-governance. A majority of services has been offered to the public from the state government through mobile phone. The Madhya Pradesh government has decided that if a service has to be provided within a period of 7 days, and because of any circumstances that causes a hindrances, it should be resolved. So moving on to the next point, strengthen connectivity infrastructure. To have access to all the services of the state's government across Madhya Pradesh, a well-planned, robust IT infrastructure was laid to ensure connectivity is being established even in the nook and corner of the state. Even the connectivity was made available in those places of the state where earlier there was no connectivity. This is established just to make sure that the people in the remote location to the last village of Madhya Pradesh can also get the benefit of the new and innovative IT revolution. And this will make them keep pace with the peoples of the metropolitan cities of the nation. If you ever have the opportunity to travel through the Suhagi Hills, where the Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh share their boundaries, you will notice that a well-established network connectivity is there. Whereas earlier, the travelers faced severe network issues while traveling across the hills. Moving on to the next point, that is the Public Service Guarantee Act. Madhya Pradesh is the first state in India to implement the Public Service Guarantee Act 2010. This act is here to improve the civil services and their delivery process, and currently under its belt, 561 notified services are being provided to the citizen of the state under 26 public service centers. Currently, Public Service Management Development is running Public Service Guarantee, Samadhan One Day, Revenue, MP Online CSC, making of Aadhaar card and updation, and making of Ayushman card. Moving on to the next point, developing IT skill among state government employees. This is for the state government to keep them updated and up to date with the latest trends in the technology and also the intervention across the world. The government of the state through proper channel or medium trying to develop the skill set of the employees by developing training and evaluation mechanism so that the employees could stand in the society and also compete with the world with the forefront technology. By this, the employees' efficiency and effectiveness will increase, which will have an impact on the effectiveness of the organization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Devpal.
Yes.
I hope the study is based on the secondary data and the budget presentation of the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for Devpal for this presentation and accepting our invitation to participate in this conference.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, sir. I now request Rahul Rukappa Pujari to present.
Yes, I'm here. Second, I'll just roll it up.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, audible.
So it's visible, right? Okay, let's go. So, respected chairperson, dignitaries, this is my second paper today. I have authored this one. My name is Rahul Pujari. I'm a master in computer science from Warsaw University of Technology. It is titled Crisis Management, Transparency, Risk Management, and in supply chains using blockchain and IoT. So, the world is a connected marketplace. We know that the world is a connected marketplace. India's foreign trade in merchandise and services in July 2021 was estimated to be a total of 112.24 billion US dollars. These are all enabled by supply chains. Supply chains use RFID technology and NFC technology to track these things, track their packages and all that stuff. There are various kind of supply chains. There is food supply chains where there are perishable and there are grain food supply chains where both have their own separate requirements. There are pharmaceutical supply chains. We know that COVID vaccine has very strict temperature requirements because of the way it is stored and the way it is administered. So they also have a separate set of requirements. This is usually monitored by IoT, Internet of Things. There are sensors. Usually, it is centralized by one company, which takes care that the temperatures or the parameters are maintained, and they are the ones which provide the services which say that okay, the temperature was off at this time, so this package may be faulty or something like that, and then you can do further work on it. So right now the flow looks like this. The flow looks like as in the photo, as in the image, which you can see. You have got the business which is sending goods, and then it goes to the intermediary logistics, and then it goes to some other logistics, because this supply chain could be over a continent or two continents wide, and the data is moving from one company. So the data is moving from one company to the other, and there is a delay in that flow. So if there is a problem between logistic 1 and logistic 2, the logistic 1 will raise, logistic 2 will raise a complaint about it, but business sending the goods or business receiving the goods won't be able to verify it till the time they get the data, right? And so they cannot bill, they cannot see the law and customs, they cannot go for insurance claims, and they cannot update their customers. The drawbacks of the current IoT implementations are like they are centralized, they have single point of failure. So say if one of those companies which have the goods, the main servers fail, the whole thing would fail. The data can be manipulated because it's not governed over the entire this thing. It is like centralized. The dispute on when you have a dispute, the data can be refuted, saying that it is false, because other parties do not have any control over the authenticity of the data, and they have to believe in the central authority. So they have to believe in a third party that the data which is provided to them is true. In case of failure of the service, all data is lost. And that was the introduction. The limitations and scope of this paper is it is limited to high-level overview of the system. The data models, the technology implementation, and business processes are not dealt in this paper. Going ahead, the literature review. So blockchain is a distributed ledger technology. Every full participant has a copy of all the transaction ever conducted by every other participants or even themselves. This allows for fast verification, so they can see their own ledger and say that okay, fine, this transaction took place and I have the copy. So each participant has the same data, hence it is like the one version of the truth. And then you have got smart contracts. They are programs which are on blockchain. They can save data on blockchain. They can call other smart contracts automatically without human intervention, and they can execute when certain conditions are met. So this allows for programmability. So we can have sensors and IoT devices which can interact without the need of local drivers or supply chain members doing anything. So there are two types of blockchains: permissionless blockchain and permission blockchain.
Rahul, excuse me. Please go to the result, please.
Yes, sir. I'm about there. Yes. Permission blockchains are basically consortium blockchains which are used for governance. Here you can see that the traditional application goes like this. You have got a single database. In distributed application, the blockchain network holds the transaction and everything. IoT devices are low power devices. They have array of sensors, and they can be programmed to work with blockchains. So for the research, here is the high level design. By applying the system, you can have a flow of information which changes from initially we saw a centralized flow, now we have got real-time flow. So everyone who is permission to access the data can access the data in real time. They also solve it also solves the problem of continuous monitoring and can provide a clear picture of the chain of custody of transfer along the supply chain. This is a use case when you have insurance claims. So you have got onboard devices which are saving data onto the blockchain. The business one dispatches the goods. Business two can check data and verify the parameters. Business one can check data and verify the parameters. If the business two thinks that the thresholds are breached before the data, before the goods are received at the destination, it can raise a claim, and the insurance company can verify the data and pay reimbursement or refute the claim depending on what they consider proper, and that is part of the governance which is improved in this case. The challenges in this system is that implementation of such a network would require always on internet connection, which can be a challenge in some parts of India. The IoT hardware is not standardized, which raises compatibility issues. There are installation of this network requires skilled labor, which is not available with all the organizations, and it also requires cooperation to a certain degree. The increase in IoT devices also mean that there is a chance of cyber attacks. A system needs to be in place to defend from such attacks, and the scaling in the network when under load is a challenge which needs to be worked on. So this is the discussion and conclusion of the research. This system, if you implement it properly, it allows for easier dispute resolution, faster insurance claims, and better governance. The transaction per second of a blockchain can vary very much depending on the type of implementation used, and that is my area of further research, which I'll be doing in this, going forward. The security and resilience is enhanced by the decentralized nature of the blockchain network, eliminating the threat of single point of failure, which I pointed to in the introduction. And attacks to such network are very expensive because if you want to change a transaction or some data in the network, you have to change the data for all the participants, and that can be very expensive, and that acts as a deterrent to malicious actors. You can use artificial intelligence to detect intrusions, and the data which is generated is always available, so it can be analyzed using machine learning and data mining and statistical techniques to improve policies regarding trade and best practices. And it also indicates better partners because you can, depending on the analysis of fault occurrence, you can see which partners are better to cooperate with in future, and it makes for better financial decision making and risk management on the corporate level. As goods are continuously monitored, any breakdown in the system can be addressed immediately. Thus, it enables crisis management, and that's also it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rahul, again for this paper on crisis management, transparency in supply chains using blockchain and IoT. This seems to be an introductory paper on the subject, and I think you'll be going for further research to get the real things in the movement of cargo from one place to another place using the blockchain and IoT. Yes, I mean, there is a scope for, corporate, big corporate organizations too, because it attracts a lot of investment to use this technology, blockchain technology, in the Internet of Things, because as Amazon and other, corporate organizations, they are doing it currently. Today, we get to know about, we can track and get updated about the products, where it has reached and when I'm going to get it. Similarly, across the world, the cargo is moving from one place to another place. Having track on this becomes, very important for the sender and the receivers. And I think, this paper, helped us to understand what is this, supply chain management and the use of internet and blockchain for fast movement of the cargo from one place to another.
Yes, sir. And
Anything you would like to say?
yes, sir. This actually can improve, decision making and financial.
Mobility of goods, yeah, decision taking and mobility of goods.
Because all the data is available for all the companies. There's no chance of people.
Yeah, all the parties to this consignment get the track of it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
Thank you. Yeah.
yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I now request Hyder Ali to present.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Maybe some problem in sharing the content. Well, I'll try. Yes, I tried earlier. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So, my presentation today on corporate governance practice, a comparative analysis between India and UK. So, first of all, I'd like to just go for the background of the studies, why this study is undertaken. You know that law, common codes of governance, and systems and procedures which is adopted in India are mostly from UK system because they have, by default, they have ruled us for 200 years. That's why that system is prevailing in our country. Also, Commonwealth countries follow British systems. Those countries which are ruled once by British, they call Commonwealth countries, and these countries follow the rules of the UK. The most important aspect for corporate governance models is that of scandals that took place throughout the globe. For example, 1990s, the Rashad Mehta scam, then MS Bosu's scam, and later, Satyam Cup scam. This is before only various scandals in UK. There are BCCI bank scam, Maxwell Corporation scam, and these scams. So these scams have shattered the general public in terms of the uncorrupt, the corrupt behavior of the people who are at the helm of the affairs of the organization. So their dealings were not professional, not transparent, and it is at the cost of general public who spread across general shareholders who spread across nooks and corners of the country. So there is a problem also called agency problem. So agency problem, when you talk about agency problem, it's a problem wherein supposedly the shareholders' interests are protected by the executives or what we call the board of directors. But normally that doesn't happen. The board of directors are trying to take care of their own interest at the cost of the interest of general public or shareholders because they try to take more remuneration than what is expected and they try to take actions which is of their interest than the interest of the shareholders. This is the agency problem. So in this background, so there is a requirement of corporate governance practice in India as well as UK. So for the issues which I would like to just discuss and compare, there's a legal framework first. The second one is regulatory agencies and their structure, gender sensitivity and agency problem. Okay, laws and regulatory agencies. You all know that UK is a pioneer of company form of organization. So it's a because of the industrial revolution and its aftermath, many companies came and pooling of small little capital from various people and making capital. That's a company form. So the Companies Act in 1856 only started in UK, but in India we have the Companies Act, which was 1956 Companies Act. So these were the old acts, and later because of in the aftermath of various scams and other things. So Companies Act in UK has changed. That is Companies Act 2006. It's a dominant act. And again, in India also, we have Companies Act of 2013, which has changed the very structure of the company. I mean, a lot of changes that is incorporated from the existing Companies Act of 1996. Then, we have Securities and Exchange Board of India. Actually, it was established immediately after the big stock market scandal of Arshad Mehta. But of course, this is in lines with the United States of America system rather than the UK system because United States of America, there was 1929 to 1932, the Great Depression, and aftermath of depression, there was a commission which is created that is called Securities and Exchange Commission. That's in 1933. So India, we are lagging so much years behind. That's 1991. Okay. In UK, we have Financial Conduct Authority. Now formerly it's FSA, and in 1995 it was called Securities and Investment Board. So Securities and Investment Board was established in UK in the year 1985, but in India it is in 1992, similar line, that is Securities and Exchange Board of India. Just, in corporate governance models, it is based on certain recommendations of certain committees. So the major committees which I like to discuss and made what we call compared is the Cadbury Committee 1992. That is the first committee in UK to come out with a solid recommendation regarding transparency, the reporting, and then agency problems. Okay, so that Cadbury Committee 1992 has come out with a strong regulations that is independence of non-executive directors. So executive directors and non-executive directors. Again, independent directors. Executive directors are the directors who are appointed by the company directly, and they have some shares in the companies, maybe shareholding pattern, other things. Non-executive people are the people who are professionals, and independent directors are the people who are not having any connection with the company. So appointment for the specified term of 3 years, remuneration, recommendation power with non-executive directors. So the remuneration of, in order to solve the agency problem here, they have recommended that remuneration recommendation must be by non-executive directors to the executive directors. So executive directors themselves cannot decide about their remuneration. So audit committee, at least 3 non-executive directors in the audit committee. Later in UK, there is one more committee has come up that is called Greenberry Committee. So, which is given similar report with stress on transparency in managerial remuneration. So, Greenberry report also stressed on transparency in managerial remuneration, and it's performance linked as well. So, whatever one additional thing is that whatever remuneration which is given to the directors has to be based on the performance of their performance and company's performance. Ultimately, the objective of the company is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders and other stakeholders, not only shareholders, all other stakeholders. It will be creditors and all other interested parties as well. So then, Ample committee also come out with a recommendation. So all these committees got come out with recommendation. Finally, a unified code has been practiced in UK. So coming to Indian perspective, the first one to start with the corporate governance issues or the Confederation of Indian Industries. It's an industrial body which has come out voluntarily that their cronies and their friends should not indulge in some kind of activities which is very opaque, which stops in transparency, especially earlier before 1995 or 1992 or 95 this range. Our NSE stock exchange is coming. Before that, BSE stock exchange. BSE stock exchange, there were a lot of fraudulent things, screen based, there were all insider trading and other kinds of things were happening. So industry themselves voluntarily under the chairmanship of Rahul Bajaj come out with recommendation. Then Kumaramangalam committee also was appointed in 1998. Naresh Chandra committee, he was a former finance secretary. He's also come out with some recommendation. And of course, one of the the man with high integrity, Narayan Murthy, also come out with committee recommendation. So, Minister of Companies Affairs. So these committees recommended that were similar to UK, recommended to have an independent directors and managerial remuneration. So it is same almost. The difference between this UK and Indian system is that regarding executive directors is concerned, in UK, the managing director and CEO cannot be same, but in India it can be same. And next. So these are the a lot of other issues are all there, but I have just come out with these basic issues. One is transparency in reporting. Second one is the manager remuneration. Third one is that the audit committee. Fourth one is directors remuneration. Fifth one is independent directors, and then the regulatory bodies. On these lines, my paper. So, but since due to the positive time available, I have just with slides, very small slides and few slides as well. So, I'd like to conclude that the corporate governance mechanism adopted in UK are more or less similar. but the practice is prevailing. What we call still better governance is needed. The reason for having corporate governance issue coming to the forefront is because of the scandals, mistrust, information asymmetry, moral hazard, and agency problem. These are the major causes for unavailing stringent corporate governance mechanism. So it's going pretty well in terms of implementation is concerned both countries. So India is also implementing very good corporate governance system, and we need to have a very good system by our cultural thing itself. We have a very good culture wherein respecting all the people was our culture. So that's why we used to give respect to various stakeholders of the population. So that is what the corporate governance practices comparative study of these two countries is all about. So thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Hyderali, sir, for this presentation. Can you go back to the first slide where I could see the title of the paper?
Yes, yes, sure, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Corporate governance practice, a comparative analysis between India and UK.
Yeah, and UK,
Yeah,
sir. Okay, sir.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Okay.
thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. And we are almost adopting the corporate governance practices of UK since they have ruled us for more than 200 years. And I would like to get your opinion whether we have to still have to follow the practices which are prevailing in UK in the current situation where India could establish its own corporate government policies and provisions under this, various laws which are relating to Companies Act and the Contract Act and other acts which govern the business practices in India.
Yes, sir. Yes, your question I understood, and what I said is since most of the rules earlier actually.
I got it. Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah, earlier, because all the systems, Companies Act or whatever, Contracts Act or Contract 1, Contract 2, then the law of courts, all these laws, the courts or what do you call courts system, that is adopted by UK because by default, those days there is no
alternative. Yeah, yes, you're right.
Today, some of the systems we are following US system as well, because if you look at SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of Commission, is exactly a replica of Securities and Exchange Commission of USA.
Yes.
So there we are following USA, and some of our models are better than UK in terms of some of the practices. Stringency is concerned, and our transparency is concerned, and the wider area because we have many corporations or companies which are widely held companies, and their shareholding pattern is distributed to the large number of people. So that is a good sign that really the company form of organization is going as per its original objective. So that way, so we did not follow everything from UK. And moreover, for your information, some of the people who are in the drafting committee of UK legislations are Indians. So that's also important factors which you'll have to see. So thank you for your call. And that was general statement I made before.
Yeah. Thank you. No problem. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I now request Veronica Prabha to present.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes, madam.
Sir, my presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, respected dignities and all presenters. My name is Veronica Prabha VP. Today, I want to present a topic, Understanding E-Commerce, Impact of COVID-19 on E-Commerce. E-commerce stands for electronic commerce and pertains to trading in goods and service through the electronic medium. The coronavirus intensely transformed the global trend. E-commerce has become a substitute source and top in the situation. E-commerce is replacing a traditional purchasing at an unimaginable pace. It is due to a variety of reasons, but the most important reason being wide variety available to customers to choose their own product at fingertips from all over the world. These are my objectives. The first, to understand the trend in e-commerce, to examine the main product dealt on e-commerce, to understand COVID-19 impact on e-commerce. Research methodology is used for the study is conceptual. The types of e-commerce are business to business.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Veronica.
Yes, sir.
I would request you to focus on the impact of COVID-19 on e-commerce.
Oh, definitely, sir.
Yeah, please. In order to save the time, because
Okay, sir.
we have, please, please.
Yeah, definitely. Sir, these are the top retail e-commerce website in pandemic. That is Amazon.com. They have a business of 4,059 million, and then eBay.com 1,227 million, and is 800, and Samsung 640 million, and Walmart.com is 614, Steel.com million, and AliExpress million, Etsy.com is 395 million, and HomeDepot.com is 92 million, and Allegro is 72 million. This is according to Antrigo 2020. And next is share of various segments in e-commerce retail by value. According to Indian Brand Foundation, during pandemic, e-commerce, electronic stand 48% in total e-commerce business. Apparel is 29%. Home and furnishing is 9%. Baby, beauty and personal care is 8%. Books is 3%, and others is 3%. Now, during the first two phases of the lockdown, e-commerce companies were allowed to see only essential items like grocery, healthcare, and pharmaceutical products. In the following phases, starting May 4th, the restrictions were gradually lifted, and the Indian e-commerce market have been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the pandemic. Pandemic-induced lockdown and movement curve marked an inflection point for e-commerce in India, pushing demand to record higher, nudging new buyers as well as sellers onto digital platforms. Market watchers felt that many of the pandemic triggered shifts in the e-commerce space are irreversible and likely. Post the pandemic, faster delivery,
Excuse me, ma'am.
zero shipping charges, ratings and review information, and broader selection will be key drivers of
Excuse me, ma'am.
e-commerce growth. Yes, sir. Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
your voice is low, ma'am. Can
My
you
voice
please
is
speak
low?
louder?
Okay. Yeah, definitely, ma'am.
Okay.
The new normal of working, is that okay, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
The new normal of working and learning from home also fueled demand for consumer electronic products. Flipkart said laptops and desktops saw an increase in demand in 2020 compared to pre-COVID levels. There is significant demand for personal grooming products, wellness products, masks and sanitizers, and fitness products, household products, apparel, toy, and books. Grover said that among all new users on this platform in the last 1 year, 64% was first-time online grocery shoppers, while 20% were totally new to e-commerce. E-commerce share of global retail trade From 14% in 2019, it about increased to 17% in 2020. And conclusion, the primary aim of this paper was to trace the coronavirus spread and its effect on e-commerce. The spread of COVID-19 resulted in an unprecedented leap in e-commerce. It affected e-commerce just as in any other trade. It was only a preparation for a drastic transformation in the electronic trading market. Thank you, sir, giving for opportunity to share my paper.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you, madam, for that presentation. I think we'll go for the next presentation, please.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I now request Harshita Vishetty to present.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, madam. Please proceed.
A very good afternoon to all, respected chairperson and my dear participants. I'm Harshita Shetty, presenting on the topic called as contemporary issues in human resource management. This paper is basically a theoretical analysis of the conceptual analysis which is being done. The basic introduction to the concept of the kind of issues with that of human resource management. Companies that aspire to sustain their competitive edge, both at the present and the future, require human resource with recent techniques and technologies to face the changes and upcoming challenges of 21st century. Now, in human resource management, if you look at the aspect, the main function or the tremendous change happening with that will be believing. There is a shift with that of the HR manager's responsibility from simply handling the personal issues to the designing strategic implementation of the complicated emerging HR challenges in the 21st century. When we see the various HR challenges or might be the kind of complications we face for that of the human resource management, there are various factors. It could be recruitment and selections, it could be career development and growth, it could be promoting organizational cultures and heterogeneous workforce, conflict management and resolution, business ethics and values, managing multi-generational workforce, strategies for motivation and retention. The basic intention of this particular study was to identify the challenges with the HR practitioners we are facing at the present and also exploring the impact of COVID-19 on human resource management. As I was telling you, with the aspect of the present situation, let me have a little further glance with that of the kind of impact the COVID-19 had on the functioning of human resource management. When we say human resource management, the main intention of human resource management is revolving around the aspect of acquiring or retaining the competent employees in the organization. Now, how can you retain a competent employee in the organization? It basically depends on the various factors, and certain of the factors are being highlighted. The most prominent ones, I can say. Working condition. As I said, the COVID-19 crisis has drastically altered the working conditions in the organization. So, in order to ensure the business continuity, most of the organizations have moved to remote working, requiring the employees work from home. And we are also seeing the severity with that of the COVID-19 situations at the present, wherein there is a leap off of the staffs happening, shortening the work hours, putting their hiring on board the common scenario with that of every business organization. And the next one is the concept of training, which also plays an important role in the period of crisis. It helps to develop the needed skills for the employees, to increase the COVID-19 awareness, to reduce the risk of virus spread, and also to prevent mental health issues with our employees, which also said to be one of the greatest challenge faced at the present. Employment relationship, I can say one of the toughest tasks over that of every organization at the present is to develop the connection between the employees and employer, wherein there's no close connectivity happening between employee and employer. Due to this lockdown and the mandatory closure of business, both it might be employees were not in position of accomplishing the contractual obligation. The challenges resulting from COVID-19 have been transformed drastically with that of the traditional relationship between the employees and his employees. Work from home is said to be the common scenario with that of different countries. The various sorts of recommendations and the conclusions to the topic of the human resource management, how the things should be better off. It is said that with the kind of exercise, the mindset and the capabilities, we are in the position to gain a competitive edge in the global scale. It is also recommended that the organization must put in efforts to align the HR processes efficiently with organizational goals on the board perspective. The role of the HR has to be shifted towards becoming strategic partners of organization, which in turn forces HR to coordinate with all the functions and provide support in various activities that is attracting and retaining the best talent. The kind of the crisis with the magnitude of COVID-19, which has accelerated, and the traditional methods of HRM and has created significant challenges for the managers and HRM practitioners who were not fully equipped with the kind of terms of information, resources, and also the competencies which is required in order to cope with the complexities and the novelty of this pandemic. Besides these challenges, COVID-19, we basically see from the perspective of the kind of challenges, but at the same time, there are various sorts of opportunities which is also being open with that of the present situation. As it was rightly said that every situation has its worst and best things happening. So it is the two sides of the same coin. So there are opportunities that could be utilized. We are getting exposed towards new and new experiments or new and new situations. The ways to reciprocate towards what particular situation is also being understood by the organizations, by the institutes, and the main insight of this paper is to provide a direction for the human resource management that helps them to develop an intervention plan adapted to look after the needs of organizations and also the employees. Thank you. I would also like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present the topic.
Thank you, madam, for this presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Jalihar Sharnappa to present.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon to chairperson and my dear audience. I am Mr. Jalihar Sharnappa, assistant professor, and my title is Stock Price Reaction to Quarterly Earnings Announcement, a study of NS in Nifty Bank. This is the table of content. Introduction. There are many corporate actions or events which are going to affect the share price.
One request, sir, please. Please go to the objectives and the results of the research.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. Yeah. This is what the significance of the study. The main objective of the financial management is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders, and the maximization of wealth of the shareholders denotes the maximization of price of the share, market price of the share, and the market prices of shares are widely affected by many factors, and one among them factor is the earning announcement. The earning announcement is an event which affects the share prices. And this also connected with the market efficiency, which is found by Pharma in the year 1969. The present study is emphasizes on studying the NSE efficiency in the semi-strong form. These are also my objectives of this study: to investigate stock price reaction to quarterly earnings announcement on the stock constituting NSE Nifty Bank, and also to test whether the NSE follows semi-strong form of efficient. These are my hypotheses. The null hypothesis is average abnormal returns and cumulative abnormal returns are close to zero. Hypothesis 2, average abnormal returns occurs randomly, and hypothesis 3, there is no significant difference between number of positive and negative abnormal returns. This is what the methodology I used: secondary data, cross-sectional data I have used. I have collected data from NIC website, investing.com, and company press release information, magazines, etc. And tools, capital asset pricing model is used, and we have also calculated average abnormal returns and cumulative average abnormal returns. Mean is used. T-test, sign test, and run tests are used. Event study methodology is used, which is found by Pharma in the year 1969. Because the event, that is earnings announcement, is a common event for the large number of companies, and when similar firms are facing same type of event study can be applied. The scope is fourth quarter 2021, 15 days before and 15 days after, and the event is called zero. Event window is 31 days, and NSE Nifty Bank consists of 12 banks, what I covered for the study. This is what my research design. It is what defining the event date and calculating actual returns and expected returns and differentiating to identify abnormal returns and also to find the average abnormal returns, cumulative abnormal returns, and some tests have been applied to find the significance and to draw the conclusions. This is what the methodology used to calculate actual returns and index returns, expected returns. We used capital asset pricing model. And we are also here consider risk-free rate of return like 8 years bond as a risk-free rate of return, and we have calculated abnormal returns. This is the event periods what I have used. The event period consists of 31 days, out of which 15 days before and 15 days after, and event day is called zero. This is the data presentation, average abnormal returns and cumulative average abnormal returns of the before earning announcement and after earning announcement, and you can find many positive and negative abnormal returns as also cumulative average abnormal returns. This is the graphical presentation of the average abnormal returns when you compare to the pre-announcement. There is a lot of plus minus figures after earnings announcement. This is the cumulative average abnormal returns before and after. If even look at the cumulative average abnormal returns also, there is a lot of changes before and after. And this is a test statistics result. When it comes to average abnormal returns, around 40% is significant and 60% is insignificant. And after is 37%, around 37% is significant and the remaining is non-significant. Overall, 38% is significant and 60% is insignificant. So discussion here, the average abnormal return is significant for 6 days before announcement and 6 days after announcement. Overall average abnormal return is positive for 15 days and negative for 16 days. And the average abnormal return is negative on the day of event. During the whole event period, cumulative average abnormal return significant for 6 days before announcement and 3 days after announcement. The overall cumulative average abnormal return positive for 13 days and negative for 18 days. From the above table, it is accepted that the null hypothesis, the average abnormal values are close to zero and cumulative average abnormal returns are not close to zero. And from run test, it is observed that p value, that is 2.03 at 5% level of significant, and it is informed that average abnormal returns are not random. And based on the result of the sign test, it is observed that at 5% level of significant, there is no significant difference exists between positive and negative abnormal returns. The overall result shows that market is failed to adjust rapidly to the quarterly earnings news. Therefore, I found market is inefficient in some strong form of efficiency. The cumulative average abnormal returns are statistically insignificant, and this shows delayed price response, which is the indicator of market inefficiency. So conclusion, yes, the topic is relating to identifying the abnormal returns with respect to earnings announcement. I used event study methodology, and used capital asset pricing model to calculate the expected returns. And also I used run test for randomness, sign test for positive and negative symbols, and teach test for statistical significance. And results show that average abnormal returns and cumulative average abnormal returns are positive for most of the days in the event window. The results of the t-test shows that average abnormal returns are statistically insignificant for most of the days in the event window. And therefore, we accept the null hypothesis that average abnormal returns are close to zero, and cumulative abnormal returns are statistically insignificant for majority of the days. And cumulative average abnormal returns are not close to zero. It is accepted. The result run test shows that the average abnormal returns are not random, and also sign test it is not significant. And finally, I conclude overall result shows that market is failure to adjust rapidly to the quarterly earnings news. So when it comes to efficient market hypothesis, there we can see three division: efficient, semi-strong form of efficient, and inefficient. And when it comes to efficiency, when market is we could say efficient means there must be information is freely available and the stock market reflect all possible available information. There will be no scope for abnormal returns. As far as my study is concerned, there is a lot of abnormal returns after that is event is over, that is earnings announcement. Hence, I found that NSE with respect to Nifty it is not efficient. I thank organizer for providing me an opportunity to present my views on the topic. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for this presentation. I could see the research that is applied in this, and I appreciate your effort for this research result, and hope that it will, add to the existing literature on the subject. And I would request if anybody would like to have any clarification on the presentation just done, you may ask the question to the presenter. If anyone would like to ask or need clarification,
I think no one has a question, sir. So
okay. Yeah. Please, thank you, Jalali sir. For the presentation, and we'll move forward.
Okay, thank you, sir. I now request Vijayalakshmi NS to continue.
Vijayalakshmi ma'am. Hello, Vijayalakshmi ma'am.
You can call the next if madam is not available.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah. I now request Gautami and Yashaswini to present.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just give me a minute, ma'am. I'm just pressing the slide.
Okay.
Ma'am, is the slide visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. A very good afternoon, sir. My name is Yashaswini and the co-author is Gautami. We are lecturers at PA First Grade College. So the topic which we have chosen for the presentation is the crisis management of restaurants in Mangalore. Coming directly to the objectives of the study, The objective of the study is to know the problems faced by the fine dining restaurants during COVID-19 in Mangalore and the strategies, the crisis management strategies adopted by them. And coming to the research methodology, the study is descriptive in nature, and we have considered 32 samples, respondents of various fine dining restaurant owners from Mangalore. And it is a structured question and interview process to which we have collected the data. And a simple percentage method is used to interpret the collected data. Coming to the demographic profile of the respondents, here is the number of respondents and the number of branches. That is the first question. That is, 18 respondents had just one branch. From this number of branches, we can see that the 56% of the respondents have one branch. That is 18 of the respondents, and 25% of the respondents had two branches, and 6.3% of respondents each had 3, 4, and 5 branches. And coming to the number of employees working at the restaurant, that is 25% of the respondents had less than 10 employees, and 31.2 had employees ranging from 10 to 20. 25% of the respondents had 20 to 30, and 18.25 had employees working from 30 and above. Coming to the years of running of the business, that is 25% of the respondents had less than 5, that is 0 to 5, less than 5 years of experience, and 31% had 5 to 10, and 25% had 10 to 15 years of experience, and 62%, that is majority of the respondents, had 15 and above years of experience. And we had asked the questions like facilities available at the restaurant, that is the multiple options that they could choose. Among that, all the respondents which have chosen had fine dining and takeaway 100%, that is 100% of the respondents had fine dining and takeaway provision. And the next one is about delivery to aggregators, that is food service aggregators like Zomato, Swiggy, Fatafat, etc. had 75%, and they had just around 56% of the respondents had own delivery services. Directly coming to the problems which are faced by the restaurant, from the literature review which I have referred, multiple literature reviews, we have set down few statements and looked on Likert scale, and there were few questions like fear among the customers regarding hygiene. Here you can clearly see that. One second, let me just zoom in. Is the slide clear, sir? After zooming in. Yes. Here, coming to the question about fear among the customers regarding hygiene, majority of the respondents were neutral about the statement. Next is high commission charged by the aggregators, such as Zomato, Swiggy, Fatafat, etc. That is, respondents equal to 75% did strongly agree that there was a high commission, which was one of the problems which the restaurants faced. And the next one is the restriction in timings. Even for that particular question, there was a highest number of restaurants which strongly agreed for the restrictions that they faced during the times, which was one of the problems by the restaurant owners. Next is even about the delivery restrictions, there was a neutral statement about it. Increasing the price of groceries, the respondents did strongly agree that they have faced a problem because of it. And the maintenance of the restaurant during the complete shutdown was also a problem. As you can clearly see in the graph, that is the green chart, the green bar graph. You can clearly see that the highest number of the restaurants have agreed that they had found shortage of funds for operations such as salary, purchase of raw materials, etc. And when the question which was asked about no support from the government, that is majority, that is almost all the respondents have strongly agreed and either strongly agreed or agreed to this particular question. Next is about the crisis management strategies that they have adopted. That is, one is about the creative packing. Here, the creative packing will impress the customers. One second, sir. Next slide. Okay. Creative packing will impress the customers. Even in this case, the majority of the respondents have strongly agreed that the creative packaging would help in impressing their customers. Coming to the creating the own web page to take orders through phone calls. Through the interview, we found out that initially the food service aggregators used to charge a commission of anything between 18%. But currently, as there is a lot of demand for the food service aggregators, they charge a commission between anything between 28 to 32. And another problem which the settlement of the funds what they make, that is after every 11 days, as most of the customers adopt for online payment to avail for offers, okay, the restaurants do not directly get the amount. The amount goes to the Zomato account, and then after 11 days the amount gets settled. Okay, during this particular period, the restaurant owners have faced a lot of issues. One thing is about the settlement of cash. Okay, after the commission is deducted, after all their commission and additional charges have been deducted, the profit margin what they get is really low. Okay, and another thing is about the refund thing. The Zomato and Swiggy, they offer a refund for the customers. Okay, in case they have received any sort of complaints like spillage due to packaging or taste of the food. In that case, whatever the refund it is issued to the customers without asking the restaurant owners, even that amount has been deducted from the amount which they are receiving. That is which the restaurant owners are supposed to receive. The next one, that is one of the major problems. So that is why they have started, one of the strategies they adopted is creating of their own web page to take orders or through phone calls. The next one is about the next strategy that they've adopted is about reducing the prices, to attract the customers. For this particular statement, majority of the respondents disagree to this point. Next, reducing the number of working hours for the employees. Even for this particular statement, majority of the respondents disagree. Reducing the labor force by laying off the employees. Here, there is an equal, instead of the reducing the labor force has been done. Because there was a shortage of funds, they could not operate well, so there was a reducing of the labor force done. Reducing the pay scale, that is additional changes to the HR practices, like reducing the pay scale of the employees instead of laying off, basically. That means some of the employees are really important, like a main chef or a sub chef. Okay, so it is very difficult to get back, to get a good quality chef. Okay, because the major problem what the restaurants face is these night deliveries. That is, if these night delivery agents contact the chefs, which they do not have any sort of billing practices, or they do not have to pay any amount to the government as well. There is no GST applicable as well for them. So in that case, what happens is if they like reducing the pay scale for the employees, the respondents had agreed to some extent. And equal number of respondents had disagreed with the same point. Next is food varieties added or removed. Majority of the respondents were neutral about it. Next is extending of or adding own delivery service. Even in that case, the respondents were quite neutral about the statement. Next one is about the measures which are taken to manage the crisis. The first one is during the lockdown period and the post-lockdown, because as I've already mentioned, they have faced restrictions due to the timings. Because earlier the restaurants were in Mangalore were open till 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, where currently they have to shut down by 9:30. Okay, so that was the peak time of the business, basically. That is from 6 to 10. Okay, so that was the peak time of the business. Because of that, they had to manage the crisis. They had to follow such measures, like focusing more on home delivery and takeaways. They did not focus much on the cost-cutting measures. Next is the main reason for them to remain in the business was because of the customers' loyalty. Because that is also one of the major measures which they have taken to manage the crisis. Changing practices like salary cuts instead of layoffs, as I already mentioned. It is very difficult to remove. It is very difficult to get good employees, good chefs, especially for the restaurant business. In that case, what they have done is they have done some changes in the HR practices. That is, instead of laying them off, as in removing the chefs, they have just done some sort of salary cuts for period of time, for some sort of period. Next is they do not agree much on the discounts or complimentary food which is ordered. And yes, currently using of social media has influenced a lot. Yes, sir. the last two
Please try to
slides.
conclude. Yes.
Now we've asked a question as an income after the post-lockdown period, that is compare to the before and right now. Majority of the respondents, that is 56% of the respondents, have told that the operating income is manageable for them. Next is about the findings. These are few findings. In that 93% here, majority of the respondents have strongly agreed that high commission, as I already mentioned during my slides, that is one of the problems they face is that aggregators, then restrictions and timings, all these things I've already mentioned. Coming directly to the suggestions. Yes, the respondents have felt like the hygiene and sanitization should be treated on a priority basis. And the quality, since it is a restaurant business, it is the quality of the food has to be maintained throughout. And the customer loyalty also plays an important role. And the conclusion is the key for the revival of the restaurant business lies in stimulus from the state, innovative approach of the entrepreneurs, technological and digital interventions, and keen attention to the consumers and the employees' health and safety. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam, for
the opportunity. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for the good collection of data and nice presentation of the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Akshita, you and Kaveshri to present. Akshita?
Your voice is not audible. Akshita?
Your voice is not audible. No worries.
Ma'am, PPT is all visible?
No. Share your PPT.
I think there is some technical difficulty. It's better go to the next presenter. It will give us a good opportunity to this paper presenter at the in the later stage.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Now I request Shubha to present.
How many more are there to present?
Only this one is
Okay, yeah.
Hi all, good afternoon all. Is my screen is visible?
You shared window.
Okay.
Okay.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. Very good afternoon all. Myself Shashwati Shetty and my co-author name is Shubha, Assistant Professor, Department of PG Studies, HRD, ROS College. I'm going to present the paper titled A Case Study on Present Scenario of Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability. Next introduction. CSR generally considered as being the way through which company achieves achieve a balance of economic and environmental and social imperatives. And objective of my study is objective of this paper is to study the present scenario of corporate social responsibilities, and the second one is to study the gain insights on CSR initiatives being taken by companies and key dimensions. And research methodology, this paper includes both primary and secondary data. For primary data, we taken the data from Sensor Engineering Bangalore Limited, and for secondary data, we collected the data from journals, magazines, books, and articles. And case study analysis of Sensor Engineering Limited Bangalore. And here we taken primary data. The main area which is going to focus is education, healthcare, environment, and infrastructure. In education, they are going to adopt the government schools and providing building our scholarships, etc. And one more is providing support for extra co-curricular activities. And they are also going to support healthcare. In healthcare, they are going to support participating in the spreading of awareness of HIV, organizing blood donation camps, and contributing funds towards dialysis. And in the environment area, they are going to plant the trees and recycling water, and thereby reducing carbon footprint. And one more is adoption of flags for rebuild. And in infrastructure, they are going to make a re-evaluation of police stations and all. And one more uniqueness of this sensor is onboarding teachers to the government schools and colleges for teach yoga, dancing, singing, and other extracurricular activities. Payment to the teachers will be provided by Sensor only. So in secondary data, we have collected data from HSL and MRPL. They also mainly focuses on health, education, environment, and social infrastructure. And Indian companies who are top in CSR in 2020 is Tata Chemical has dropped to the third position after being number one. For the past 3 years, Infosys has climbed to the one spot. Mahindra and Mahindra is in second place. So now I am going to the suggestion. CSR is a big step by the companies for making powerful change. The first suggestion, what can I give is the company should have a trained CSR department with qualified, experienced professionals for better planning and implementation. Most of the companies in India are promoting the implementing CSR initiatives through human resource department or in collaboration with the NGOs, but do not have fully fledged CSR department. So they can develop the particular department for CSR activity only. And next I can say is there is a necessity to generate more CSR activities for rural community in India. And one more, what can I say is the government must play the role of motivator, facilitator, and we should support to the company to providing more CSR activities. So conclusion is, next I can go for conclusion. Can I audible, sir?
Now you're audible.
Okay. Organization must understand that the upliftment of a downward society government alone will not be able to succeed in its endeavor. Organization that fail to take accountability for corporate actions may damage their reputation. No business leader would deny that a company ultimate goal is to make money, while focusing on corporate responsibilities can come at a cost. It can also have a positive net effect on a company bottom line. Thank you for the opportunities.
Thank you, Shashwati Shetty. Uh,
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I now request Akshita and Kaveshri to present. Sir, there is a progress.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Sir, I'm audible?
Yes.
Yeah, please. You take only 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Akshita and my co-author Kaveshri, student of Mangalore University, Mangalore. Our paper title is Customer Perception Towards Insurance Policy and Empirical Study. Introduction, the main source of the insurance company from underwriting the income and investment income. The insurance company is getting the profits by collecting the premiums from the policy holders. The customer perceptions are changing from past decade. The industry and firms make many developments and changes taking place with changes in customer perception and diverse needs of the people. The success of the firm will based on the
Akshita, please go to the results.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Findings.
Yeah.
On the basis of this study, we got these findings. This is helpful to the policy holders. The findings are, according to this study in Dakshina Kannada district, 91.8% of them having the insurance policy, and the majority of the respondents are females. It found that around 100 of the respondents have health insurance policy, and the respondents mostly preferred both long and short-term investment in insurance policy. Next slide, sir. Yes. According to the study, company image is highly important for taking up a insurance policy to the people, and according to this study, the people expect that claims should be resolved in effective and efficient manner in timely. And one of the important factors which determined in this study is the customer perception towards the insurance is customer satisfaction level. We take on the limitations that is it is conducted only in Dakshina Kannada district and it is not represent the whole universe, and the results are just an indication of the present scenario and may not be applicable for the future. Conclusion. This paper is conducted a study that the customer's attitude, satisfaction and pattern of investment in various insurance policies, the bonus, benefits, incentives attracts the customers for purchase and repurchase the insurance policies, and it is a policy not only for the security but also for the social prosperity through socio-economic development. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Akshita. Who was the respondent for this study?
Dakshin Kannada district peoples. We distributed the questionnaires
Okay.
randomly.
Randomly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and all the participants for your wholehearted participation, which made the session very informative. To express our gratitude, I now request Ms. Lahari, Mangalore University.
We have come to the end of today's session. I would like to thank today's chairperson, Dr. Shekhar Naik, on behalf of Department of Studies in Commerce for making time from his busy schedule to be a part of Online National Workshop-cum-Three Conference with 2021. Thank you for your time and presence, sir.
Thank you. You are welcome.
I would also like to appreciate the efforts of all the FIP presenters for making today's session worthwhile. I extend my gratitude to our professors, faculty members, research scholars, students, and non-teaching staff for their work in coordination to make this session a grand success one. Thank you.
Once Richard Branson said, "Business opportunities are like buses. There's always another one coming." With this, we have come to the end of 6th day of 7 days event. I thank all the participants for your kind participation. One more informative and attractive final day is waiting for you all tomorrow, and we expect you all to be present with same enthusiasm. Till then, have a good time, stay safe, thank you.